And so, we breach the sanctum of the ancients, the first footfalls in this tomb for centuries.
This place gives me the creeps. After you.
Hello and welcome to Tomb Raider 4, The Last Revelation, to begin my annual playthrough. Hey there, Afro, welcome on in. That's right, no more pointy Lara. This game came out in 1999. So, the game opens in 1984. Lara Croft is 16 years old, and she's on an expedition with renowned archaeologist Werner von Croy, and the artifact that they actually find doesn't get given a name until the next game in the series, which is Chronicles. And the purpose of the artifact isn't explained until Tomb Raider Chronicles as well. And in so doing, it explains why Werner von Croy survives what we see happen at the start of this game. But essentially, the artifact is called the Iris, and this is what they're looking for. And if you notice, Lara doesn't have her iconic backpack yet. Obviously, she's not going to be carrying guns at that age. And Werner von Croy is kind of like a bit of an egotistical archaeologist. He believes that he knows everything. So when Lara actually points out to him that it might be useful not to mess with the artifact, he basically goes against it. However, what this also sets up is what happens later in the story when Lara herself, in grabbing an artifact, causes something to happen. But we'll get to that when that happens. Just want to check that my controls, as per the Joy to Keep program, actually are what they are. And this was the first game in the series to not have the mansion as a tutorial area. So they put the tutorial into this opening sequence. Oh, and I always like to point this out. In Shadow of the Tomb Raider, there's a section where you have a flashback to Lara when she was younger, and that game came out after Uncharted 3 and 4, in which in those Uncharted games it flashes back to Nathan Drake when he was younger. So if anyone was accusing Shadow of the Tomb Raider of copying Uncharted by having a flashback of the character when they were younger, sorry to tell you, but in 1999 in this Tomb Raider game we have a flashback of Lara when she was younger. Not that I myself would say that they copied with Uncharted 3 and 4, but to those who say that Shadow of the Tomb Raider copied that aspect from Uncharted, you're actually wrong. This game did it first.
Careful, all is not as it seems. Concealed traps and pitfalls await the unwary. You must stay close and follow my instruction.
Alright, so that's just a secret, but I'm not going to worry about getting secrets in this playthrough. I don't really have time with any of these games to do that.
Good men have died for the information contained herein, and cruel men have bartered the information for their own ends. For this we must respect it. We will not deviate from its route, and you will not deviate from my instruction. This way.
There's something else too I want to mention as well. This is related to Lara's upbringing. So the classic Lara, her parents didn't die. They're very much alive when she's an adult. They didn't want her to live the life that she ended up living. They wanted her to marry this aristocrat. And when Lara refused to do so, they were like, well, fine. We'll disown you as a daughter and we'll cut you off from your inheritance. Now, I don't know what happened there to be able to get Lara to still have that. So that part might be a bit like sort of like plot holy. But in any case, her parents are still very much alive. I think I remember reading that the reason that or I could probably surmise a reason why they let her go on this archaeological thing is probably because they were hoping that Lara would want to expand her horizons, ironically, and get out there in the world. And they probably thought this would be a good experience for her, especially in the company of renowned archaeologist Werner von Croy. So it's just ironic that this kind of life is what they didn't want Lara to have later on, but they were fine with her going on an archaeological dig, or exploration with Werner von Croy when she was 16 years old. But I guess it just shows the hypocrisy of Lara's parents, if you could analyze it like that. So yeah, they're still alive, whereas the games, starting with Tomb Raider Legend and Anniversary, which is a prequel to that, even though it's a remake of the first Tomb Raider as well, in all those timelines, Lara's parents die. And then in the reboot trilogy, Lara's parents die as well. So the classic Lara still had her parents even into adulthood.
The first obstacle, a small hop to test your, how do you say, pluck. Press and hold walk. Now push forward.
So this was my first Tomb Raider game, and so I didn't realize that the things in this game, like Lara being able to sprint and Lara being able to crouch, which I think for this game I've changed what button does that. I have to look at that. What have I put crouch to then? Interesting. Hang on. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right, because when I press A, Lara jumps. When I press Y, Lara jumps. That's not right. Alright, so there's something that's gone wrong with Joy to Key then. Maybe I've got the wrong Joy to Key setup, maybe? Alright, let's try this. That's that. Not triangle jumps. Gonna have to troubleshoot this. What's the button for? Hang on, I know how to fix this. Shut the game down and load it back up. I forget what key actually goes into the menu. Alright, so Joy to Key. Let's have a look-see here. Alright, Tomb Raider 4. Ah, no wonder why this is all around the wrong way. Clear all button assignments and start from scratch. Alright, so we want up to be W, want right to be D, down to be S, left to be A. Alright, so duck is H on that. I might sort out the other things first. Alright, so jump is space. Button 1 on Joy to Key is A. So I'll make A jump. To do the roll is Z. Joy to Key, when I press my B button on my controller, comes up as button 2. So I'll make that roll. Then we want triangle to draw weapon, which is N. Button 4 is triangle on Joy to Key, so put that as N. Use flare F. I had that as select before, but I might need to put that as something different this time around. Step inventory is I. Button 8 is start, so make that I on Joy to Key. Alright, so walk, I had it as left trigger on the other one, so walk Q. Left trigger is button 11. On Joy to Key, make that Q. Then no, hang on. I had that as right trigger. That's right. Right trigger was walk. Left trigger was look, which is L. Duck. So I had pushing in the right control stick button 10. And ducking is H, according to this. Alright, now dash. I had that as right bumper. Button 6 on Joy to Key. Dash in the game is E. Alright, action is O. X is button 3 on Joy to Key. Alright, so I've got that set up now. Hey there, Shin. Welcome on in. How's it going? Right, now let's test this all out. Alright, that should do it, I think. Hang on, did I assign something for action? Yeah, I did. Good. Hello there, Godfather. Welcome on in. Shin, did you hear the latest about Assassin's Creed Codename Red? I actually didn't. No, I haven't been looking up Assassin's Creed info. Is it anything exciting, or...?
The first obstacle, a small hop to test your, how do you say, pluck. Press and hold walk. Now push forward.
Shin, Assassin's Creed Codename Red will be the last of the Origins type gameplay, will it? I see. We'll have to wait and see because I doubt that they're going to get rid of the RPG thing completely. So where did you actually hear that from? Because the same team who did Odyssey are doing the Japan set game, which doesn't give me much excitement for it. We'll have to wait and see. Hey there, Harbinger. Your new schedule, apart from today, is kind of weird. You start around 10 to 10:30. That's when you start your workout. Then you go on a walk, and by the time you return, the stream has ended. 10 to 10:30 a.m. my time. Yeah, I don't actually have a set schedule. I haven't for a while now. But I start streaming when I feel like it, basically, is what I've decided to do for the past year or so. Because trying to stick to a schedule, if I want to watch a YouTube video that goes for 2 hours, but I have to start streaming in an hour, I don't want to feel like I'm, sacrificing, finishing off that video just to start streaming because that's the time that I start.
Come, come, child. Do not fear. This is merely an appetizer for the perils ahead. Push forward and jump together. Patience, child. Disrespect is a route to carelessness. Our route lays beyond the stream.
Oh, so it was Game Rant, not the Game Machine. Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, no, I haven't heard that. Like, I know that there was an AMA for Mirage, and they weren't answering questions about the parkour. Godfather, you've been busy with work. Well, it's just that I don't always feel like streaming, every day at the same time. And the last few days I haven't really felt like streaming, so I've just been doing short streams.
This gap is wider, and the edges treacherous. First walk to the edge, then press forward and jump together. When you are in midair, press and hold action. You will grab the outcrop.
But next year I'm going to be taking either 1 or 2 days off the stream schedule, and only stream 5 days a week.
Now, yeah? One more crossing, child. Or do you wish to stop for tea?
Oh, I think I can just about hold it together. Wouldn't want to spill it on your nice suit, at any rate.
This one calls for a run-up. I will go first.
Yes, go first. Or I'll go first, because I already know how to play the game. Thanks, Werner. You there yet? Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to wait for you to jump first. Okay.
careful now, child. We have little time for incompetence. Walk to the edge, then tap back to give yourself a run-up. Now, press forward and immediately press and hold jump. Now hold down action to grab onto the ledge.
But yeah, next year I'm looking at taking either 1 or 2 days off the stream schedule, and I won't be doing Tomb Raider and Assassin's Creed streams on set days throughout the whole year. I'll just basically play through those games, you know, when I feel like, and I'll still do my annual playthroughs of them. But if I do any playthroughs outside of that, it'll probably just be like anniversary ones, or if I feel like doing a random playthrough. And I'm going to go back to doing just one game at a time. Because that's what I used to do when I started streaming in 2016.
A useful crack, rendered by the hand of time, invisible to the untrained eye.
You're a regular superhero, Werner.
Ah yes, the Superman. There's enough comedy. Run to the wall. Now press forward and hold action to grab on. Now press right to shimmy across.
We're gonna shimmy, shimmy, shimmy till the break of dawn, y'all.
Good, good. Now press forward to climb up. This is a high fall. You should lower yourself down to be safe. Turn around to face away from the door. Now press back and hold action. Let go of action to fall to the floor. Your chance to earn your keep, Fräulein. The mechanism to activate the bridge lies at the other side of the stream. These rivers cascade through chambers and caverns deep below these prehistoric foothills. As a consequence...
Freezing, I guessed. The old gout playing up again, Werner?
So this is the first game that Jonelle Elliott plays Lara in. She voices Lara in this flashback when she's 16, as well as the rest of the game, and she also voiced her in Chronicles and Angel of Darkness as well.
In deep pools, you can swim by pressing jump. Use the directions to navigate through the water. There may be artifacts, trinkets at the bed.
Your average priceless seaweed.
No prizes for you this time, Lara. Ah well, use forward and left and right to move across the surface until you reach the shore. Then press action to climb out. Look for a lever or pressure pad. There must be one close by. When you find it, use action to activate it.
Another good thing about this game too is if you've never played any of the old school Tomb Raider games before, you can definitely jump in with this one and there's nothing that you need to know about the character's backstory, or you don't need to know what happened in the previous 3 games to enjoy. However, what I would say is don't get used to the way that the game plays being the same in the earlier ones, because in Tomb Raider 1 and Tomb Raider 2, Lara can't crouch or crawl, and Lara can't do a sprint move, and Lara can't jump and then change direction in midair like this. So there's a few things that they didn't introduce in the series until Tomb Raider 3, and this one carries that on. But story-wise, definitely, there's no need to play the first 3 before playing this one. And that's why this kind of tutorial works quite well in that regard. Whereas in the other 3 games, you had to go to the Lara Croft manor to actually get like a tutorial thing. If you went straight into the game story, it wouldn't give you any tutorial stuff. Whereas in this game, they did away with the Croft manor. And this was the game that I started with all the way back in like 1999, or it might have been 2000 when I played it first. But this was the Tomb Raider game that I experienced first and made me a fan of the series of. And it's still my favorite as well. I love the whole setting of Egypt, and I like the story, and I like how Lara has to put right something that she made go wrong.
You will catch your death in those clothes, my dear. A quick sprint up that ladder will dry you out again.
Such concern. I never knew you cared.
Dear Lara, you are a valuable asset to the quest.
You are romantic, you.
Yes, quite. Walk up to the ladder. Now press and hold action to climb up onto it. Keep this button pressed and use forward to climb to the top. There will be another lever up there. Pull it, then get back down here quickly. The quest is nearly at an end. Swiftly across the vines now. Press jump, then hold down action to grab onto the bars. Now press forward to swing across. Don't let go of action or you will again be for the plunge. There is no mention of this in the texts. I fear this must be opened internally. We must enter through the grate and be wary of snares.
I presume by we, you refer to me.
Yeah. My heavier frame may activate traps. You will pass unnoticed.
How convenient.
Stand facing the grate. Now, press and hold the crouch button. Push forward to crawl into the gap. Be alert.
Alright, so coming up, Lara's going to find a very integral piece of her outfit. Or one of them. It's very reminiscent of The Last Crusade Indiana Jones movie, where we see him when he was younger, and we find out how he got the whip and the scar on his chin, and also the fear of snakes and the hat as well. And there we go. This is the backpack that Lara has in all the games up until Angel of Darkness, where she loses it. Mentioning Harrison Ford, well, mentioning Indiana Jones and the scar on his chin, that scar is actually a scar that Harrison Ford himself.
A backpack. Let us hope it does not hold the same luck for you as its previous owner.
I make my own luck, Werner. What now?
I make my own luck. That's where Shay Cormac stole the line from. But yeah, Harrison Ford has a scar on his chin, which he got in real life. And when they did the Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade movie, they decided to also make it that the reason he got a scar, the Indiana Jones character got a scar, is because of something. To make it tie into why Harrison Ford has a scar.
Dive through the gap. Dive through the gap. Press jump to perform a diving roll. The Garden of the Five Towers. To the right, the path of the heretical. To the left is the route of the virtuous.
You know me, Werner. A regular virtuoso.
Now it becomes interesting, yeah? You see now it is not for the weak of heart. How do you hold up, girl?
Oh, I think I could get used to this.
The door before us requires 2 people to open it. You go up to the alcove above the door. I will activate the switch down here. Push forward. Now press and hold action. When you are hanging from the ledge, hold down crawl to squeeze into the gap. Swing across to the alcove. Jump from the ledge, then hold down action to grab the vine. To release, let go of action. Now, for the last. You are an exemplary student, Lara, although you have not yet learned the root of all adventuring, the craving to win, at whatever cost. I throw down the gauntlet to you, my child. Whoever is first to the iris claims the prize.
Watch your back, old man. I warn you, I'll pull no punches.
I expected no less. On the count of 3. 1, 2... And so the pupil excels the master. I congratulate you on your agility. Take your prize from the plinth. You have earned it.
In the time it took you to find your way here, I've examined the inscriptions. It warns of vengeance on those who remove it.
Ah, ancient hocus pocus. Forget this nonsense and come over here.
I don't count poisoned darts and triggered entombment, your average child's tea party. I feel we should lend this some respect.
Ah, and you are the world-famous archaeologist adventurer Lara Croft, yeah? No, I am the renowned archaeologist adventurer Werner von Croy, and you will do as I say. Go to the wall and pull the lever.
What was it you said? Disrespect is the route to carelessness?
I am weary of this. Pull the lever now, Miss Croft.
On your head be it, Von Croy.
faith in experience, child, and you will learn more than simple...
You were saying?
My leg! My leg! I am trapped! My leg is trapped! Help me, Laura! Help me!
Hold on! I'm coming back to get you!
Oh, great, Harbinger. That's good. That's good you finished Resident Evil 7. You tried the DLCs, but you couldn't stand them. So which ones? I haven't played the band tapes or whatever it's called. Did you play the Chris Redfield one? You want to try the ones with story, so you tried End of Zoe, Not a Hero. Ah, I gotcha, so you played those ones. Yeah, End of Zoe is one that I haven't played, but I've seen it though. I think it's more just to explain what happens to her if you choose the canon kind of thing. You found both uninteresting? That's fair enough. Harbinger, so you'll start Resident Evil Village one of these days, and that will be your last fresh Resident Evil experience for a while. Not that interested in Resident Evil 4 Remake, so all you have left are the other Resident Evil 2 scenarios. Baldur's Gate 3 comes out in a bit more than 2 weeks, so you must not stall. I see, that's fair enough. Yeah, so which scenarios did you do, again, in RE2 Remake? We now have the Eye of Horus. Only Claire A. I got you, Harbinger, yeah. Well, that's good, though, that you're going to play the other scenarios as well. Hello, Spectrum. Welcome to the stream. I hope things have been going good. Hello there, Iosif. How's things going? Spectrum, overall really well. And you? Oh, that's excellent, Spectrum. Glad to hear that. That's awesome. And I'm doing good too. It's good to reach Friday. And I'm starting this Tomb Raider game today. This is my favorite one. It's also the first one I played back in about 1999 or 2000. This game came out in 99. And just so happened, of course, that that very year, another piece of fiction that's set in Egypt was something I really gravitated towards, which was the Mummy remake with Brendan Fraser. Spectrum, you're perplexed and hope you're doing well. Well, I hope that perplexed feeling doesn't last too long. Hopefully it's something that you can resolve. And I am, thanks, Iosif. Yeah, I'm doing really good. Spectrum, you slept most of the day, so that's why you're up at 3:15 a.m. Ah, I gotcha, Spectrum. Yeah, that's pretty early. For sure. But it's understandable as well. You know, if you sleep for most of the day, can kind of really change your like routine as well. Oh, so if you get the results tomorrow. Ah, I gotcha, tomorrow. Well, I hope you get some good results and that you're happy with the outcome. Good morning, Tylian. Good morning to you, dude. How's things going? Toasty! Iosif, you broke yourself in French and German. You meant you didn't do well in them. Oh, really, Iosif? Well, that's a shame. But the thing about that kind of thing is it just shows you that maybe now it's not something that you're at a great level at, but doesn't mean that you never can be. You know what I mean? So, if French and German are languages that you would really like to learn, still definitely don't take your results in that to say that you should, give up on that if that's something that you really want to learn. Talian, very well, thanks. You just woke up, but you got a coffee with no plans, so it's nice and chill. How's things with you and Lara this morning? That's awesome, dude. That's great. It's great to have a day like that. Good to chill out. I hope you're enjoying your coffee as well. And yeah, things are going well with me. Had a couple of days there where I wasn't really feeling like streaming too much, so I only did short streams. I was very happy to finish Tomb Raider 3 yesterday because of the annoying last few levels, but also because there was, well, you were there for the dying and saving at the same time. That happened twice, which was so annoying, but I was so glad to get that done. But I'm doing better today, and it's good to start this game. This is my favorite one, and it's going pretty well. We're still very early in the story, but I plan to do a longish stream today as well. So it'll probably be like a 4 or 5 hour stream maybe. We have the sands of time now. Just kidding. I did Iosif, yeah. Yeah, I've only seen it once though, and that was actually when it came out. I saw it at the big screen, and it's one of those movies where I really really enjoyed it. Like um, I don't have a lot of knowledge of like space travel and all that kind of stuff, but I do like movies about space, whether it's movies that are like fiction or fantasy set in space, but also things that are based on like real world like like logic and technology and all that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, I really liked it. I haven't seen it since it came out, not because I didn't like it or anything, but there's just some movies where I like to watch it again after a long time. And I mean, it's been over. Well, I mean, it's almost been 10 years since it came out. So probably due a rewatch at some point. You did, Talion. I don't blame you. It's such a great movie. I really, really like the story as well. Yeah, you remember. You're glad you're doing better today. Perfect. Love a good long stream. Let's just hope Lara behaves herself. I'm sure she will, Talion. I'm sure we won't be saving accidentally upon dying, but you never know. That might happen. Iosif, 8.5 out of 10 for you. You liked it so much. Science fiction. Well, that's a good score then, Iosif, to give it. And yeah, I do too, as well. What actually made me interested in space stuff more than just, Star Wars or Star Trek or, whatever, sort of like sci-fi. What really made me interested in like space exploration and all that kind of stuff was the movie Apollo 13 with Tom Hanks and Kevin Bacon and Bill Paxton and so many actors in it. When I first saw that movie, that's the one, Yusuf, yeah. Yeah, I thought that was a really good movie. Yusuf, you wish that humanity developed enough to travel so far in space. Yeah, well, that's the other thing too, like, how far into the other aspects of the universe can humanity go to? There's that really expensive telescope that they've been working on for a long time that launched, I think it was last year or the year before. And every now and again I remember to look up and see what kind of imagery that they've actually discovered. Tarlin, you haven't seen Apollo yet, but it's been on your list for a while. The main reason you watched Interstellar was because you heard about the time dilation and how it can actually happen. Still blows your mind now. Well, that's the other thing too, that I really liked about that movie was the use of, essentially time travel, but also, well, not necessarily time travel, I guess, but you're right, the dilation of time and how on a different planet, the amount of time that passes is different to ours. Therefore, the perception of the time that you experience isn't as long as the perception of time that people on Earth experience. And I think that's another key thing about time is it's not just about whether it's going fast or slow. It's about how your perspective on it is. So I always like to use the example of if you're doing something that you absolutely love and you don't look at the time, it'll go quickly. Like you'll be so engrossed in what you're doing that when you do look at the time, you'll be like, "Holy shit! I've been doing this for 6 hours." But if you're doing something that you really hate and you keep checking the time all the time, it's going to feel like a long process because you're focused so much on how much time is passing and you're marking the time every so often that you're looking at the time and you're going, "Oh, I've only been doing this for 20 minutes," you know, things like that. So I like how Interstellar kind of has that thing with the way that time goes, but it's not just perception of time. Time is actually going, at a different rate than it is on Earth. And there we go. We have full health again. That's why I was holding off as long as possible in that previous level without using health, because like the other Tomb Raider games before it, when you finish a level in this game, you actually get your health back. But later, there's going to be some areas that are interconnected, and each connection point has a loading screen. And in this game, whenever you go through a loading screen, you get all your health back. So you can go through an area, kill enemies, not worry about using your health, and just go back into the previous area. And then after the loading screen happens, you'll have all your health back. So you'll see me use that a lot in the game as well when we get to it. But it's also a good way to save your health packs. I said outside of our galaxy there are clusters, like ours is the Virgo cluster. Yeah, you know that telescope? It's known called as the Hubble telescope. That's it. Yeah, the Hubble one. Um, but yeah, that's the other thing too. Having so many different like clusters and all that kind of stuff. Like, just amazing how much depth there is to it. Shin, your intro to sci-fi was Star Trek, the original series, Star Trek: The Next Generation. What got you hooked on sci-fi was the novels, For Battlefield Earth and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. A word of advice: if you ever feel the need to read Star Wars novels, I suggest you steer clear of the novel for Star Wars Episode 4 by George Lucas. George Lucas might be a movie genius, but as a novel author, he is horrible. Well, I never actually read a lot of the Star Wars books anyway, so the chances of me reading any of those is very slim, but if anyone was interested, then I guess that's, a little bit of a review of it. But that's cool that you remember what got you into sci-fi as well, Shin. Tyler, nah, you're right as well. It is a time travel technically. Well, that's true. It is. By the time he gets back to his planet, he essentially has time traveled into the future of his, children's future. A Iosif cluster is generally a bunch of galaxies in a specific shape, Pegasus, and those clusters can make a supercluster. That's cool too, the different names and stuff that they come up with for it as well. No, Iosif, no, I don't have one. Whenever I have looked at stuff, it's just been like on Google and had a look. Shin, you have a beginner's telescope. You want to get a better one. So how much was that one that you actually have already? Yeah, Iosif, they really are. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting sort of like traps in these games. Shin, you should see the blades in the OG Prince of Persia. That's true. Yeah, the guillotines. Haven't actually studied at that level Iosif before. Lara doesn't realize it yet, but by taking that and then leaving the temple with it, she's actually going to trigger the release of Set. Set. So Shadow of the Tomb Raider is not the first time that Lara in the series has taken something that's caused a catastrophe. Shin, $94.78 USD, 138 and 2 Australian. Holy shit. That is a lot of money. There's a lot. Osif, you're stuck at the last chapter in Portal 2. Have you played that game before, Osif? I've only played the first one. Unfair gameplay logic. Enemies are allowed to attack you and kill you, while you can't do anything about it because the camera is programmed to show you something happening and you can't skip it. Both actually, Osif. You leave your phone chores a bit. Oh, that's fair enough, Osif. Oh, charged a bit, sorry. There were some things that they changed in this game too, in terms of like Lara's targeting system. So in the previous games, when an enemy was in range, Lara would automatically lock onto the enemy when you had your pistols drawn. If there was another enemy that was also running around, if you held the shoot button down, the enemy that you were aiming at, once they were dead, if you kept on holding the shoot button down, Lara would keep aiming at the dead enemy. And if you wanted to aim at the other enemy that was near you, you had to stop firing, and then Lara would change who she's aimed at accordingly. In this game, if there's multiple enemies, if you hold down the shoot button, once Lara aims at one enemy and kills them, she'll automatically aim at the other one. Oh, and this is the game in the series where they finally let Lara be able to shimmy around corners. In the first 3 games, you weren't able to do this. The Hand of Sirius. Alright, so let's see what Lara has done in taking the Amulet of Horus from its resting place.
I, Semaket, High Priest of Horus, forewarn that he who
Removes
removes
the
the
amulet shall have released Set. He who walked abroad with the jackals at the dawn of man shall once again violate the earth. Set, ruler of evil, will again be free at the turn of the distant millennia. At his heel, plagues and locusts.
harvests fail under the broken skies. My trusty companion returns.
The amulet, woman!
Once called forth, shall the heavens split asunder, and the light of the sun, god Horus, banish the Lord of Darkness, Set. I wouldn't advise it.
Multiple enemies start shooting at you straight away. Alright, game, fine. I'll use the health kit. That's why I was not wanting to save. Sorry. That's why I wasn't wanting to use health kits, because we just got our health filled up then from getting past that loading screen. So I wasted a health kit before. But I couldn't help it, because there was no way I was going to get to where I needed to go without getting shot by those enemies. Rosie, fine, I'll use the health kit. Health kit has 25 of them. Exactly. Yeah, in a game where you can get your health back by finishing a level, it is annoying having to use a health pack. And this game has levels that are interconnected by loading screens. So if you go into an area and you kill all the enemies but you've taken damage, you may as well just go back to the previous area, get your health refilled with the loading screen, and then go back in. So yeah, I don't like using health kits when I don't absolutely 100% absolutely need to. But we took too much damage before that save point, and we couldn't take enough damage to still get through, because those enemies with guns have heat-seeking bullets. Rosie, do a lot of these look similar? Well, the first few games in the series were released annually, and so while they were doing improvements as each game came out, they do very much follow the same gameplay style and everything like that. It wasn't until the Angel of Darkness that they started to change things up, which came out in 2003. Survive that. You can't tell if I've switched game. That's fair enough. Yeah, there are differences though in each one in terms of like the things that they've been able to do. Like, it wasn't until the last game before this one, Tomb Raider 3, where Lara could even crouch. You remember Angel of Darkness because that's a cool title. It really is. Yeah, it's a good title, that one. Harbinger, thanks for redeeming. Lara accidentally kills herself. Rosie, how will I accomplish that in this area? I will show you. There we go. Thank you, Harbinger, for redeeming that. Harbinger, close enough. Almost made the jump. Almost. Rosie, do you take more damage doing the dive? You do, yeah. I mean, there are some places where, depending on how high you're jumping from, Lara will survive doing a dive. But yeah, you can't necessarily do a dive and then land and not take any... sorry. Yeah, I'm not very good at explaining... what's the word I'm looking for? Not variables of things, but steps of things. So if you're too high, she'll break a neck. If you're low enough, she'll survive it. But as far as I know, there's no in-between where she'll only take damage a little bit. Maybe there is, but don't know. Plus, I'm getting old. I turned 40 this year, so that's my excuse for not remembering every minute detail of everything. There's a lot of things I'm bypassing, but just doing that for time.
Croft woman has outsmarted you, yeah? And now she escapes. The amulet, Herr von Croy. It talks of the priest, Semerket.
Semerket.
Mon Dieu, Lara?
Jean-Yves, my faithful friend.
I fear this is not a social visit.
Only if you want Von Croy gate-crashing the party.
Von Croy,
I think he was looking for this.
the Amulet of Horus. An almost legendary artifact. So, you have found and opened the tomb of Set. This doesn't bode well. Translating from the Hebrew, he who removes the amulet shall once more release the dark power of Set. And Set saith, I am the shadow across the sun. I am the bringer of plagues. My wrath will consume all lands and shall be ceaseless.
The power to summon the sun god Horus to rebind the evil Set shall only be revealed to the bearer of the amulet within the temple of Semerket at Karnak.
The ceremony is complete as the armor of Horus summons the sun god. The armor of Horus. At the dig site in Alexandria, my men talk fearfully of this.
The armor must also be Von Croy's goal.
Only one so ignorant of the prophecies would dabble with such a prehistoric evil. Ah, yes. Releasing Set. But how could you have known, my dear?
Time to put things right and remove a thorn in my side in the process.
Rosie, anything new about the next one? Not anything major. Like, they haven't announced who's playing Lara. They haven't announced if it's classic Lara again or reboot Lara again or another Lara again. They haven't classified if it's like a sequel to Shadow or a reboot or a remake of one or... Yeah, so I don't really know, to be honest. But apparently the game that they were working on before Embracer Group bought a lot of Square Enix's franchise. Well, I get confused whether it was Square Enix or Eidos or whoever, but anyway, they now own the Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, and other franchises. So apparently nothing's changed with the game that they were working on before that happened. Apparently the new people owning the franchise are fine with what they were doing, so... But it's all up in the air, though, because they're doing a Netflix animated series that's a sequel to Shadow of the Tomb Raider. They're doing a live-action series that's separate, that's different, with a different Lara. And then they're doing a movie in live-action, which is separate and different from both the animated Netflix series and the live-action series. They want to do a... They want to do a Lara cinematic universe or multimedia type cross-platform, cross-promotion thingamajig with all the stuff. Just still better French accents than Unity. Yeah, I guess we always will remember that for the rest of our lives, that Assassin's Creed Unity didn't have French accents. Upon our deathbeds, we will be lamenting that fact. Rosie, French accents. Exactly. That's it, Rosie. Ancient Egyptian shotgun ammo. That's where video game logic comes in. Thank you for the follow, Knight, and for redeeming the Arnie impression. Alright, so what you had to do for that is you had to actually put in some actual text, because the A option is for you to put in actual text. But if you wanted me to do an Arnie movie quote of my choice, you do B. So if you want me to, I can just pick a Arnold Schwarzenegger quote from one of his movies to do with the impression. But yeah, if you want me to say something specific, then when you redeem it, you need to actually put in the text that you'd like me to say. Putting in A on its own doesn't give me that information, and it has to be in the text box too. Otherwise, people in regular chat will put in what message, and they could put in like a really big message and all this type of stuff. So I can either refund you your points back, or I can pick out a actual Arnold Schwarzenegger quote from one of his movies and do that. Unless you want me to just say A as Arnie. Rosie, you kind of want to hear Arnold say A now. A, yeah. Alright, since I got no response, I'll just choose a quote from one of Arnie's movies and do that for the impression. Alright, so I've got an Arnie quote to do from one of his movies. I remember days like this when my father took me to the forest and we ate wild blueberries. More than 20 years ago. I was just a boy of 4 or 5. The leaves were so dark and green then. The grass smelled sweet with the spring wind. Almost 20 years of pitiless cumber, no rest, no sleep like other men. And yet the spring wind blows, Subutai. Have you ever felt such a wind? That's from Conan the Barbarian. Rosie, thanks for redeeming the Bane impression.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Now I know my ABCs.
And that's all you need to take over Gotham. You just need to know your ABCs. Thanks for redeeming that, Rosie. Thanks, Rosie. Hey, Knight. I have a 10-minute timer because I had to put it on because I was having trolls and fake accounts and all that kind of stuff signing up. So I had to take that measure to weed out the trolls. Hey there, Bill the Blue. How's things going? Who knows, Knight? Could be from anywhere. Oh, that's great to hear, Bill. Glad to hear that things are going good. And yeah, things are going good for me. Having a good Friday. Oh, that's okay, Rosie. Thanks for being here and for chatting. I hope you have a good one. Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you, dude. How's things going? Tomb Raider's going really well. I'm glad to have finished Tomb Raider 3, because that playthrough was very annoying. And so here we are with Tomb Raider 4, my favorite. And also the first one I ever played. Crooked, you're doing well, thanks. Lol, I bet, especially after having to do that level multiple times. Glad to hear that you're doing well, Crooked. That's awesome, dude. And yeah, it was just so annoying. Yeah, Talion, yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, there's games in the series that are more graphically advanced, but this is still my favorite one. And I like the setting, of course, being set in Egypt. And I also like the story of it too. It's the classic main character unleashes unwittingly some evil, so they have to do what they can to reverse it. There we go, that's what I was forgetting, to go into this area. Alright, now that I went in here, we've got the canopic jar, so I can go back to that area that I was in before and deposit this in one of the columns. Hello, Gamer Loop. Welcome to you. Hope things are going good. Oh, excellent. That's really good to hear. And I'm doing well. Having a good Friday today. It's good to finally get to it. Started my playthrough of Tomb Raider 4, The Last Revelation today. Still very early in the game, and there's a lot of levels, so it'll probably take me 3, maybe 4 streams, I think, to get through. Give or take, depending on how certain sections go. But you've got to be very, very careful in this game because there is actually a point where, pardon me, had a frog in my throat. There is a point where if you don't have a certain set of items, you will not be able to finish the game. The game will literally lock you out of finishing the game if you don't have all of those items, and if you can't remember what they are, then you're going to have a hard time because you might not know which one was the one that you missed and where and which save file to load and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know if that was done on purpose or if it was just for a lack of or it was just, you know, they didn't realize until the game had come out in a time where there was no such thing as patches. Well, there were patches, but I mean, I don't think they patched it out. But yeah, if you don't have the armor of Horus, all pieces, then the game will literally not let you finish the game. And it will let you get to, you know, the boss fight at the end before it lets you know that you can't. So this whole area has various interconnected levels with it. So it can be very easy to get lost as well. That area that we were in before was the Temple of Karnak. So we're in a different area now. We're actually in the Great Hypostyle Hall. But we will go back to the other location as well because there's another canopic jar we need to put into the other column.
After her!
Hello, Legolas. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. Oh my fucking god. Of course, I was slightly off. Slightly off by a pixel. That's right. Because I didn't slide down the slope, even though Lara actually made it to the pole, the fact that I wasn't sliding down that slope first before getting to the pole means that she doesn't grab. Yeah, Knight. I try with these games now to just play through them without looking up a guide. A few years ago there, I had to look up a guide as I went through the games, but I got to a point where I wanted to naturally figure out where stuff was if I was forgetting. So sometimes I do end up going around in circles, but I eventually find my way. Without a map or any mini-map as well, there's no way to actually know even like the layout of something from a map standpoint. Be interesting actually if someone were to mod these games with a mini-map and an actual full map. Nice, it got glitched and stuck. So this here is tricky because it looks like you can't actually go up there. But if you look at this reflection, you can actually see that there is a gap. But because it's a mirror image, you have to work out from that where it is. Don't tell me it only happens once. Oh no, well, that's good. Alright, so here's the second canopic jar that we need. So we'll eventually have to go back to where we were before, where we put the other one into the column. Alright, so now we're back in this area. We can put the canopic jar that we found into this side. And what does this do? This allows Lara to do this. Run on water. Don't know what that weird sound glitch is when we're hitting these enemies. It sounds like some water effects or something. What's interesting about these enemies is as soon as you put your weapon away, they will. And you can re-equip yours straight away and get some shots in before they start deflecting it again. I love doing that for those enemies. So you shoot at them when they start spinning their weapon around. You put your weapon away, then re-equip it again, and then they'll put their weapon away. And since you've re-equipped your weapon in the meantime, you get a few shots in before they start to block the attacks again. And then rinse and repeat. Viewy Chief, thank you so much for the follow. Hello there, Viewee Chief. You're from Italy, nice. That's awesome. I hope things are going good. Ah, I see, yeah, hot weather. Yeah, I don't really like the heat myself. I really like cold weather. Hot weather, it's very difficult to concentrate and get comfortable. I prefer it when it's cooler because it doesn't take as much to warm up. Hello, Lizzie. How's it going? Lizzie, good. How's the game and how are you? Oh, that's excellent to hear. Glad that you're going good. Game's going well. Still very early in it, but I think it'll probably take me 3 to 4 streams to finish it, just depending on certain sections of the game and how long it takes. Speaking of such sections, this is one of them. But I'm going good as well. I'm having a good day. Classic Lara, no.
No. No. No.
It is, yeah, Lizzie. Yeah, I think we'll have 1 more month of it, and then it'll be gone, unfortunately. I prefer winter. Lizzie, meanwhile, it's blazing heat over here, but your parents plan on moving up north. Yeah. Very different conditions, I imagine, as well. Lizzie, hopefully you can still stay in California, though, because then you can still see your friends just less. Yeah, I mean, if you're still able to see them at all, that's definitely good. Even if it is less than normal.
Miss Croft!
Von Croy.
You sound concerned, my dear. Have you misplaced something?
Nothing I shan't be retrieving at a later date, Lieber.
You know how I admire your perseverance, but I fear this time we may be testing it to the, how would you say, maximum.
Always griping, Werner. If it's the leg causing all this resentment, I seem to remember that being down to your affinity with pulling hazardous levers.
Enough of this tedious banter, Miss Croft. It is time for you to realize... Miss Croft? Now, let us review your sprinting skills.
Alright, this is where I'm going to go and take a break. While I do, I'm going to find some Tomb Raider music from this game. Alrighty then, so I'll take a break and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Alrighty then, back from my break. Let's continue on. We're in the tomb of Semachet. So these little bug things, you can't kill them. And if you just stand there, or you get trapped or whatnot, it won't take them long to kill you. Hey Lucinda, good morning to you. Welcome. How's things? Tomb Raider's going good. I just came back from my break not long ago, and we're up to about level 10 out of 30 something. But things are going well. We're just now in this tomb called the Tomb of Semakhet. Lucinda, things are going okay. Been super busy the past couple of days. You went to a small concert last night with your aunt. It was fun. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad you had a great time as well. That's awesome. Did you have to travel far to go there? Lucinda, yeah, the nearest concert venue is about 30 minutes away, not too bad. Yeah, that is pretty good as well. And especially too, like, if it ends, like, you know, pretty late or something like that, it's good to not have to need to travel that far to get back home. Lucinda, yeah, you didn't get home until 10 minutes before your usual bedtime. Didn't have a lot of time to wind down. You slept all the way to the alarm, though. Oh, did you really? Yeah, still got that amount of sleep. But that was actually good timing, though, to get back home after it, and not too long before your usual bedtime. Been waking up late all week this week. It feels like, but not today, although you very well could have slept more. You finally finished all of your housework that you'd scheduled like 3 weeks ago by now. What normally takes you 2 consecutive days took you nickel and diming a few hours here and there for 2 weeks. It was hanging over your head, making you feel bad this week, and you finally got it done. Been feeling very kind of overwhelmed this week with a lot of things. Well, that's great that you've been able to get it done, and I think too, like, it's very easy to sort of like force yourself to want to get everything done in one sort of like big block of time. But it's definitely okay to have to, take a few to actually, get a breather or take a break for a little bit before continuing on. And it's definitely understandable feeling that way, wanting to get it all done. But that would be such a huge relief for you that you've all got it finished. Lucinda, you normally do, but for whatever reason, it just felt like too much this time. You've had a lot of things on your mind of varying types. And that's understandable too, because it can really put our minds in disarray, and it can also take away some kind of like enjoyment of other things too, because something else might be on your mind, and you're trying to, put it aside for a little bit so you can, have something that's fun or something that's going to be enjoyable, and then it keeps on, at you like a nagging thing where it's like, hey, so can you save in this game without having to use a med pack? You can, yeah. It's funny, I don't know why they had that health system in Tomb Raider 3, where you had like, you had your own health kits, but you could also come across the green crystals that gave you health as well. But I don't really know why they actually had that as a thing, because I mean it's handy because you can save your medipacks for really important purposes, which is good. But yeah, this game doesn't have those crystals again, but you can actually get your health back through loading screens. There's actually quite a few levels in this game where they're interconnected, and they're connected by loading screens. And so you can go into an area, do what you need to do, kill any enemies, etc. And if you take too much damage or you're not happy with the damage you take, just go back the area you came from, and then you'll get your health back from the loading screen, and then boom, go back to where you were and rinse and repeat. So they kept that until the next game after Chronicles. So from Tomb Raiders 1 through to 6, which is the Angel of Darkness, they made it that when you finish a level or you go through an area with a loading screen, it refills your health to full. And yeah, it does, especially with the style of climbing too. Like if Lara's having to climb something with her arms and feet, it's a bit slower than if she's like shimmying across something. But it's funny, they didn't actually add the ability to shimmy around corners of things until this game, the fourth one in. So if you go back and play the previous 3 after having played this one first, there's a lot of stuff that you can't do in those ones, which would be very frustrating on some level. That's actually what happened with me, because this was my first Tomb Raider game that I ever played. And then when I played the other ones, I just assumed that they had all the same move sets. But when I first played Tomb Raider 1, I realized that you can't crouch, you can't sprint, you can't shimmy around corners of things. You'd think you'd go fast with feet support. You actually would, to be honest. Now we have to play this game. This board game of some kind. I can't remember what it's called, actually, but you gotta play against this opponent. These were here before, but we couldn't access them. We had to go to where I went to before and got the rules for it. And it's pretty randomized as well in terms of like what you get to do. So I don't really I don't even know the ins and outs of what these different colored bars mean, but what I do know is that your colored pieces, you have to get them home. If the enemy overtakes one of your pieces, it gets put back to the start. And when you spin this thing, when you actually want to move your pieces, you have to step on which color piece you want to actually move. Listen, the interesting puzzles sounds frustrating with enemies. That's true, you know. There's definitely a lot of puzzles in this game that are very, very difficult, and some are actually near traps and stuff too, so it's very easy to accidentally go too far after you've solved the puzzle and then die straight away. That's good. We managed to get one home. Listen, when you die, you assume it resets everything back to its original configuration? Well, if it's a situation where you haven't saved before you solve the puzzle, then you'll have to do it all over again. In yesterday's stream of Tomb Raider 3, I accidentally saved as Lara died, and I had to restart that level, and it was the second last level of the game. So I restarted it, and you wouldn't credit it. I got up to 2 hours of stream time, and I got further than I had before, but I accidentally saved while dying again. So I had to restart the level again from the start. And I'll tell you what, that really, really pissed me off yesterday. So I was very happy to get that game done. I do like it. I do like the Tomb Raider 3 game, but I wasn't having a good time with it on this playthrough, well, annual 2023. Cool, so we have 2 pieces home, and they've only got 1. Listen, you read that in Crocodile's chat. You couldn't chat, but did occasionally read that you did it twice, in fact, save while dying. Yeah, I just couldn't believe that I would make that mistake twice in the same stream. It wasn't too bad the first time around, because I wasn't too far into the level. But the second time it happened, I was really far into the level. Son of a bitch. It defeated me. Well, reload my save and we'll play again. And there we go. So the annoying thing is, if you didn't have a save right before you were at this game here, depending on how far back you were, you would have to do all again. So if you hadn't saved for like an hour, you'd have to redo everything, because if you lose the game against the AI, you're stuck. So that's why it's always good to save before you start playing this particular game, as in this mini game here that we just played, so that if you end up losing, you can just reload your save from before you started the game. Amazing Grace, thank you so much for the follow. Out of curiosity, I want to have a look at what health kits and all that kind of stuff I've actually got. So I'll save it. So this is, I've only used the pistols, and I haven't really used that many health kits, probably only one health kit. So I've got 570 Uzi ammo. I've got 150 of the normal shotgun ammo, and I've got 54 of the wide shot shotgun ammo, 10 normal ammo crossbow, 10 poison ammo crossbow, 10 explosive arrow crossbow, 146 flares, 31 small medipacks, and 19 large ones. So because in this game, if you know you're near the end of the level, there's no point using a health kit, because at the start of the next level you have all your health back. And the levels that are interconnected between each other and separated by loading screens, if you go back into the previous area, you'll actually get your full health back as well. So this game is very generous in terms of like letting you conserve your medipacks. Got a little carried away there, pushing it in the wrong direction. Got to go back this way. Something that's cool in this game is they started to have it where if you wanted to push or pull something, in terms of like a big item, I don't mean like a lever. If you wanted to push something like this in the previous games, you had to hold down the action button and the movement button. But in this game, you just have to hold down the action button and then let go when you want Lara to stop moving something. I like when little things like that get introduced into a game series, just to make things a bit easier as well. Not that it's a major, inconvenience having to hold two buttons down at once, but for those who don't like to have to hold down the D-pad all the time, it definitely came in handy. Chris Nephilim, thank you so much for the follow. Zereth guard enter stage left. Pull your lever. Pull your lever and I'll pull mine. The guard from Prince of Persia Sands of Time returns. Lara, pick up this item. No, not that one. The other one. Speaking of Prince of Persia, the third Prince of Persia game that was the original Prince from the first game and the second one, Prince of Persia 3D actually came out the same year as this Tomb Raider game. Yet, in terms of like how the Prince controls sometimes, the 1996 first Tomb Raider game is actually better than it. It's still a good game though, I quite liked it. However, having said that, I did play the Dreamcast version because the PC version didn't work for me.
For I have served the god of light, Horus, at the time of plagues. To read this inscription means that the ruler of
Darkness is free. Set is released to walk abroad amongst the mortals, enlisting his armies of the night to serve him. He who removes the amulet and releases the dark power of Set shall summon the sun god Horus, for only the power of light will again imprison him. By the power of the amulet and armor of Horus shall Set, the ever-living, be confined for all eternity. Summon the light of Horus. Through the light of the millennial constellations, into his temple beneath the ageless pyramid, into his likeness set in stone. With his armament and his armor, he is once more poised to battle and defeat Set.
They were so freaky with like all the skulls and the whatever sound it was. If this was remade, it'd be so cool to see that kind of thing done, but with modern graphics. I mean, there are fan projects to remake this game, but I don't know if they're gonna revamp those sorts of things. Ah, well, thank you so much for the lurking, Amazing Grace. I appreciate it. I hope things have been going good. Oh, really? You can? Ah, okay. Yeah, because I've always just made sure I made a save before that, and then if I lost, I've just reloaded. That's good to know, though, for future reference that you can. I mean, I wasn't sure if there was like a speed run tactic to bypass that, or anything along those lines. But that's good to know, though, that it doesn't lock you out. Because games that do that, it gets very annoying when they're like, "Oh, you've locked yourself out of being able to get past this now." Ah, so it just makes the route different. You even have to lose if you want to get all secrets. Ah, of course. Well, that makes sense. Chris, the speedrun tactic is to win, but all secrets is to lose. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. I mean, I would have thought the speedrun would be to lose, because then you wouldn't have to worry about whether or not the AI wins. I'll just grab that that auto mod thing, Harbinger. Chris, finally out of the jail. Winning route is fast because it omits areas with secrets. Tomb Raider 4 is your all-time favorite. It was your first Tomb Raider. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that was the same for me as well. This was my first Tomb Raider game that I ever played. And I'd heard of the series, of course, by that point, but hadn't actually played any myself. And then when I played this one, I decided to buy the first three and played through them, and have been a fan ever since. It's funny actually, because the first Resident Evil game that I played was the third one, and that came out the same year as this one. So 1999 must have been the year for me to play games that I hadn't jumped into yet, but were already part of a franchise that had been around for a little bit since then as well. Harbinger, thanks for redeeming the Lara accidentally dies. I like you, Lara. That's why I'm going to kill you first. Nice one. There we go, Harbinger. Thank you for redeeming Lara accidentally dies. Yeah, Legolas, rest in peace. Chris, this didn't look accidental. Yeah, the accidental description in that is just like a tongue-in-cheek kind of explanation for what the redemption does. It's not literal. Chris, you're not sure if the 99 Prince of Persia can be assessed as better looking than Tomb Raider 4, even on PlayStation 1. Last Revelation looks better, plus it had a very clunky control system. Yeah, the only thing that I noticed with that Prince of Persia game was that things like shimmying across stuff was very, very slow. Compared to even Lara in the 96 game, where she can shimmy faster than the Prince can. So that was the only thing that really stood out to me, really. Like, I don't know about the graphics comparison between the two or anything like that. Chris, at this point, you stopped hoping for a remake remaster of anything, or anything else for that matter. The basement called Crystal Dynamics feels clearly overshadowed by the classic Tomb Raider games and doesn't want nostalgia to win their next with their next installment. Yeah, I mean, it's totally fair to have that sort of viewpoint on it. I don't really know what they're going to do with the next game, to be honest, but I'm just taking a wait and see kind of approach. I'm not against the newer Tomb Raider games. I like both versions of the character. Hey there, Absolution. Good morning to you. How's things? Absolution, pretty warm for you, is it? Yeah, it's pretty, well, it's not really cold here, but opposite. Chris, you mean the fact that former Crystal Dynamics game turned out to stay under Square Enix, which didn't wait, and started working on bringing Gex back to gamers despite it not being as half as successful as Tomb Raider, says a lot. That it was Crystal Dynamics who kept classic Tomb Raider games from even being properly ported, not to mention remade. You don't mind their games per se, though they're not exactly proper Tomb Raider games, but in the era of old games being remade, re-releases, etc., it's sad Tomb Raider isn't. Damn, what a wall of text. Oh, that's okay. There's no worries, Chris. Yeah, well, that's the other thing too. You know, like you see other franchises getting remakes as well. So far, the only remake we've gotten, well, I mean, I don't know. Isn't there some kind of like Tomb Raider game that sort of like covers the first game again or something? I don't know, but we haven't really had necessarily full-blown remakes of the classic games. We've only really had like Anniversary as a major kind of thing, but that was also turned into a prequel to Legend as well. There we go. Finally got it. I'm not in the mood to go through all the stuff we need to go through, so I'll just use that trick. Chris, younger games are getting remakes for modern machines. The reason there isn't, Tomb Raider 1 got Anniversary, but they altered the story to Legend and later Underworld, which doesn't make it a remake, but more of a reimagination. Yeah, that reimagination thing, it reminds me of what they were saying about Silent Hill Shattered Memories. But it's essentially a remake when you think about it. Because you're taking the original game and the story and the characters, and you're redoing it from the ground up. And, you know, with Silent Hill Shattered Memories, you still have the same characters involved. It's just that the relationships between them is very different to the original version, and the setting and all that as well. But I get what you mean though. But yeah, I didn't realize Legend and Underworld were changed to fit Anniversary because they came out, well, Legend came out first before Anniversary did. But there was also that other version of Anniversary that didn't come out, which was by Core Design, but I haven't really looked at that particular one to really see a lot of the differences in it. Talion, is that what you're really meant to be doing? Yeah. That's the only way to get past that part. I forgot about this ladder thing here. Chris, that one wouldn't be a good game, to be honest. Design-wise, it had interesting ideas, but yeah, that wouldn't be a good one, despite what many people would want to think. Core used a bad engine for that anniversary they tried to do. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, I mean, it's like with any company, you know, sometimes things might seem good in concept, but might not necessarily have actually been good. And I mean, it's understandable for fans to want to hope that it was going to be a great thing, but there's no guarantee that it would have been a great thing, because anything can happen from the concept phase to the actual final product. The bull is stuck. Now it's not. Yeah, Chris, I don't know if I've seen that before. That glitch.
Hands on your head. Take me to Von Croy. Where's he headed?
You waste your time.
This attitude problem. You people need to learn some manners. Tell me now, or you've just run out of time.
Alexandria.
Your workforce is about to be delayed.
Harbinger, this would have been a better place to redeem that death. Lara accidentally falls off the train and breaks every bone in her body. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, since... I mean, if you know the parts of the game where certain things happen, like, you know, be good to redeem it then, because then you know, but, I mean, you weren't to know, Harbinger, that there would be a level like this. That was lucky that's where Lara landed. Harbinger, you watch and play too many games, can't remember your last playthrough even though it was last autumn or something, but yeah, after playing 5 Resident Evil games you can see the horror survival element slowly fading away. Resident Evil 7 wasn't that scary and most of its puzzles were easy. Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to keep that kind of stuff up. Even if all the games had been straight up survival horror, even like 5 and 6, you know, it's very, very hard to maintain, especially with like a creature or monster or otherwise that is very, very well known, and it gets harder and harder to make that thing scary. It can really wear off so that people are like, not that scary. And if, I'm not saying this is the case with you, Harbinger, but if you're someone that really, really, really judges whether a horror game is good or not based solely on whether it scares you or not, then it's definitely understandable to look at a game that doesn't scare you, that's a horror game, and say, well, it fails as a horror game, you know? Or the horror elements that are, like, suspenseful don't work anymore, because the mystery behind the creatures is gone, you know, and it just depends too on how it's done as well. There's also oversaturation with stuff. It's like with jump scares. If you have a jump scare every 5 minutes, it might still get people when it happens, but afterwards they'll be like, because it's a way of manipulating the audience in a way that is very lazy and very simple. And when I say it's very lazy, I don't mean to say that there aren't very, you know, specially crafted jump scares in horror. But the thing about jump scares is that they're easy to have happen, because if you have the audience focused on one thing, it's very easy to break that concentration with a jump scare. But after a while, it does get a bit monotonous. Hey there, Cons. I hope things are going good. You want to play the classic Tomb Raiders, but you suck at tank controls. Yeah, that's the thing about these games and the early Resident Evils, is the tank control system can be very frustrating, and I find that people who had experience with it years ago and play them again, getting back into how they control is a bit easier than for someone who never has before as well. But if you have controller, that can make things a little bit easier if you're used to using like the control stick and that kind of stuff. But as for which one to try first, like this one that I'm playing has a lot of things that they added that aren't in the first 3. More specifically, aren't in the first 2. First 2 Tomb Raider games this game has included in it. So if you get so used to this game and then go back to 1 or 2, then you'll probably have a bit of a steep learning curve to relearn how it goes. I mean, when I first played Tomb Raider 1, I didn't know that you couldn't crouch. I didn't know that you couldn't sprint, because I just assumed that since this game had it, and this was my first Tomb Raider game I ever played, I just assumed that it meant that the other ones had it too, but it wasn't the case. 3 does though. Tomb Raider 3 was the one that introduced being able to sprint and crouch, but the first 2 games didn't have it. Harbinger, it wasn't the jump scares for you, it was the whole atmosphere and feeling, along with the music. Resident Evil 3 Remake was lacking. Yeah, that's the thing too, like music can definitely play a big part, and the atmosphere as well. And in the horror stuff, the atmosphere is definitely a major element that if you're going to do it well, you need to get that right. Chris, cheeses, the blasphemy, Tomb Raider classics on a controller, unthinkable. Yeah, that's a carryover from me playing the PlayStation versions first, before I actually started to play the PC versions, but I just decided to keep it to the controller with the PC versions instead of going to keyboard. Con, Spyro for You is one of them series of games that you can replay countless times and never get bored. That's great too, to have those sorts of games. One of the games that I have that with is Alan Wake. Doesn't matter how long it's been since I played it, I always enjoy the replay. And speaking of that too, if anyone has PlayStation Plus and you haven't played Alan Wake, and you were interested in it, the remaster is actually currently one of the free monthly games on PlayStation Plus. I've got the remastered game on Xbox, but in terms of being a streamer, the Xbox has an issue on streams where there's an audio issue. So I've had to switch to the PlayStation version, which I just recently got as part of that PS Plus thing. So if you're interested in that game, and you haven't played it before, but you've got a PlayStation and you're on PlayStation Plus, it's free. But yeah, that's a game that I can replay countless times and never get sick of. I'll be doing a replay of it in October. And I think I'll do 2 replays because the timing of Alan Wake 2 coming out is such that it's not in the first week of October. So I'll probably do my traditional Alan Wake stream for October with the horror game stuff that I do every year. And then I'll do whatever other horror games I've got lined up. And then when Alan Wake 2 comes out, or before it comes out, I'll do a replay of Alan Wake. I may or may not do another playthrough of Control before Alan Wake 2 comes out as well. Oh, you did, Cons? Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. That's good. I'm glad that you're giving that a shot. Yeah, Control is a great game, Talion. I really enjoyed replaying it again earlier this year. How much I made you buy Control, so you have to replay it. Well, I'm glad that I can inspire you to play certain games, Harbinger. Cons, do Alan Wake, Control, and Quantum Break happen in the same game universe? So I think there might be a bit of a debate about that, because I know for sure that Control and Alan Wake do, but the thing about Quantum Break is that there is an Easter egg with Alan Wake in it. There's also an Easter egg with Night Springs, which was the TV show that exists in the world of Alan Wake and also Control as well. There's a symbol that is prevalent in Control that is actually in Quantum Break, and there's some text that you can find which alludes to certain things that ended up being in Control. So from that perspective, you could argue that it does take place in the same universe, but the thing about Alan Wake and Control is that Alan himself also exists in the same universe as Control, but I think all it would take is for Remedy to come out and say that they're actually literally in the same universe for it to be accepted. So I think that Quantum Break's separate, but I definitely am not against it being considered part of Alan Wake and Control. Cons, you're going to play Quantum Break for the first time tomorrow. Is it as bad as the reviews say it is? Ooh, that's a good question. I actually liked Quantum Break. I liked the gameplay. I liked the story. I was intrigued by it. Then again, I am a big fan of the subject matter in that game story. There is a live action series that has episodes which take place between each chapter. So they will start, once you finish a chapter, you'll have like a live action episode. Some of what you do in the chapter before it in the game will actually come up in the live action series as well. So it's intertwined with the game itself. But yeah, I personally liked it. It's action-packed as well, and I quite like the story and that kind of stuff. But I haven't really read a lot of reviews of it, so I don't necessarily know exactly what was criticized about it, but maybe it was the live-action portion as well, which is understandable. You know, not everyone who plays a game wants any live-action portion of it. You know, they'd rather play the game all the way through, not have to have some of the story told in like live action TV, like live action episode format. But if you don't mind that kind of thing, then it's actually quite interesting how they use that. Like Remedy has used live action stuff in their things before, of course, but not in this way where it's like you have like a full episode of I don't know if they go for half an hour, maybe they go for a little bit less as well. Liz, you need to re-download Assassin's Creed back onto your Switch so you can work on 2 so many games. Absolutely, definitely know what that's like as well. There's just so many ones that you want to get to and things like that. So Lara lost a bit of health, but instead of using a health kit, I'm just going to go to where the next loading screen happens. Because soon we're coming up to where one of the connected areas is. And voila, Lara has her health back.
Lara, you are alive. I feared for you. What's...
Von Croy has the amulet.
Ah, this is bad. But he doesn't yet have the armor. There is still time to prepare for Set.
Jean, I'm tired. Give a girl a break.
My dear, when all this is over, you can retire. But now we must move swiftly. My men dive in the bay for remnants of Cleopatra's lost palaces.
Cleopatra?
Yes. She realized the armor's significance and had it brought here. Some was subsequently scattered, but...
And where would you recommend I start looking?
In the catacombs under Alexandria, my diggers have unearthed chambers connected to the Great Library. This would hold the true location of Cleopatra's palaces. We have yet to find a way in, but you...
Take me there.
There is a problem.
Von Croy.
Yes. His dig is expanding, crossing many of my own tunnels. Of course, my men would no longer work when Von Croy's thugs appeared on the scene.
Time to introduce myself to Werner's loyal workforce.
First, you must get into the catacombs. Von Croy has them completely sealed up, and I fear he will soon have the armor.
Over my dead body.
This I fear also. I shall wait here for news. Return if you feel I can help in any way. Good luck, Lara. I fear you may need it.
I make my own luck.
At the start of the game, there's a flashback to when Lara was 16 years old in 1984 and Werner von Croy was taking her on an expedition in Cambodia. And there's a moment where she says to him, "I make my own luck." So that's just mirroring that now at this part of the story. And if anyone's played Assassin's Creed before, especially Assassin's Creed Rogue, you know that the main character's catchphrase is, "I make my own luck." Lizzie, you're thinking about upgrading to a larger memory card. Well, that's a good idea too, as well. Like, I definitely think that'd be a good idea. Cons, you'll probably like it. You seem to find the games that have bad reviews that you like. Yeah, I've definitely had that happen before. Like, I've had reviews that were bad about a game and I absolutely loved it. And I've also had reviews that were great about a game and I absolutely hated it. Alright, so we have the laser sight. Harbinger, you bought Coke before returning home. Now it literally has room temperature because you forgot to drink it. Oh no. I've definitely been there too. I hate when that happens. Really? It's over 40 Celsius? Jeez. Head spinning 360 degrees, just like in The Exorcist. Reagan. Harbinger, that's 104 Fahrenheit. Definitely is the opposite of cold, that's for sure. Cons, you're surprised PlayStation has not added the classic Tomb Raiders to the classics yet. Yeah, well, that's the other thing too, like, in Australia here, I mean, there's definitely games that I didn't really get into that are on there, but one of the big franchises that is actually on there that I really liked is Siphon Filter, the first three. Specifically the ones that I like in that series. Resident Evil Director's Cut is also available for PS Plus in Australia, but yeah, I was hoping for, Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4 to also be. I mean, I've got Silent Hill 4, the PC version. I bought it on GOG. And I've got Silent Hill 3 and 2 on PC, but would have liked to have Silent Hill 1 at least on that setup. How would you thought Australia was using Fahrenheit? Well, I didn't actually know, but we haven't always used Celsius. There was a time where we actually did use Fahrenheit. But I don't know when that change happened though. Right, this part's tricky. We have a mirror that shows us where the spike traps are, but because it's the reverse image, we have to take that into account. See? There was one hidden there as well. I think it's hidden, depending on what angle you have. Yeah, it's kind of hidden a little bit. Alright, now that we've got the crossbow, I can put the laser sight. Combine it with the crossbow. There we go. Equip, and keep the normal crossbow ammo for sure. Lucinda, see? Wanted to prove it. That's how you do it. Well, that's how you do it if you want to get killed. Yeah, Harbinger, requiescat te mace. Indeed. This part will be tricky because I need to see if I've done the setting up of my controller on Joy to Key properly. Alright, so I need to figure out. Oh yeah, so left trigger I've made to be the button that actually aims, so that's good. Excellent. I forgot, I need to also test which button is what I've set for zoom in and out. Alright, now I've figured out what I set the zoom in and zoom out to. Alright. There we go. So you've got to hit all of them before that thing you're standing on drops you into the spikes. Harbinger, you don't remember my last playthrough of this, but you remember this part when you played it 20 plus years ago. Yeah, this game will be celebrating its 25th anniversary next year. Lizzie, I hope you can go swimming later today. Yeah, hopefully it all works out for you that you're able to. Now we can take what we collected, that coin thingy, and insert it here. Token. Alright, it's very important to make sure you get the wall hook and the broken handle, so you can create the hook and the pole, which is comprised of two parts, the hook and the pole. And there we go. Now Lara has the ability to get this. That's right. You got to be careful because you would assume that because she's collected it in the cutscene that we saw that she actually has it in the inventory, but the game puts it in the corner here, so you need to make sure you turn around and pick it up.
Lara, I've been doing some reading, and it is highly probable that some of the armor is hidden down in the catacombs themselves. But you must take care. Word of Von Croy's men fleeing the tunnels has reached me. Set separations have begun to move into the city, gathering at the ancient sites. You must hurry and find the library.
So if you want to, you can come back here every so often and get a new conversation. What am I doing? Geez, I'm thinking too far ahead of myself. We can't do that yet. Alrighty then. This is actually where I'm going to call it a stream for Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation. The next stream of this will be next Thursday to continue the playthrough. I wanted to get a decent size of the game done in this stream. Plus, my last Tomb Raider stream was a short one, so I wanted to do one that was a bit longer. So we're up to the section of the game where we have the coastal ruins, the catacombs, the Temple of Poseidon, the Lost Library, and all that. A lot of these areas you have to backtrack back and forth through, but essentially where I'm up to now is about level 14 or 15 out of 35. So that's a good chunk done for today, and then I've got Thursday and Friday next week. Now, depending on those streams, I might actually finish the game next week, but we'll just have to wait and see. In any case, that's where I'll call it for today. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Origins. We'll be going back to Egypt. This game's set in Egypt. Assassin's Creed Origins is set in Egypt. Whole different time period, though. I'll be continuing my torch challenge in that game, where unless the game forces me to, the only weapon I'm allowed to use is the torch that you can have an unlimited supply of that Bayek pulls out of nowhere. And I have to attack enemies with it, because you can actually do damage to enemies with it. So if you see me streaming Assassin's Creed Origins, then you know it's become Saturday for me. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really do appreciate it. We're going to give some shout outs, and then I'm going to go and raid. Harbinger, so you started Village. For a moment there during the intro movie, you thought you had launched the wrong game. Oh, really? That would have been annoying if you had. Imagine. That's okay, Lucinda. No worries at all for the stream. Thanks for the GGs as well. Thank you so much. Harbinger, yeah, in Dark Souls 2, torches last 10 minutes, then you have to buy a new one. Really? 10 minutes, damn. Well, that'd be annoying too, to have to replace them after that amount of time. That's for sure. That would have been so annoying. Would like to recommend people check out Lucinda's channel, Tylian, as well as Shin the Ninja Penguin. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 1, the remake, and she'll also be playing through The Last of Us Part 2 afterwards as well. And most recently did a stream of Assassin's Creed 3, is playing through all the main games in that series, so is currently up to that one. Is also a fan of Resident Evil series, as well as the stealth series Dishonored. Tylian has been doing some Just Chatting stuff. He's also a fan of third-person action games, along the lines of games like Control, Alan Wake, as well as Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. And Shin is playing through Star Wars The Old Republic. He's also a fan of JRPGs and MMORPGs as well. So highly recommend checking out all those streamers. They're great, have a great community, and highly recommend. And that's no worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. More than happy to give you a shout out. And that's okay for the stream, Lizzie. No trouble at all. I hope you have a good one too. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles to see how he's doing with Hogwarts Legacy. Get off my plane. Thanks for redeeming that, Mr. Gote. And would also like to recommend Mr. Gote. He's playing Diablo 4. He's also a fan of horror franchises like Dead Space, as well as Outlast, as well as the horror games by Supermassive. Another great streamer with a great vibe over on his channel, so I highly recommend. Going to put in some raid messages that people can feel free to use as well. There's one which is a standard one. Here's one with some free follower emotes. Also have a version of Lara from this game. And here is a variation that has some of my sub emotes as well. There we go. So feel free to use any of those. Thank you everyone for watching. No worries at all for the stream, Zereth. I hope you have a good one as well. You're getting ready, Mr. Goatee? Nice. Oh, that's cool. Thanks everyone for watching. The next stream of this will be Thursday. The next stream you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Origins.